Good morning, everyone. Whatever time of day it is for you, could be afternoon, evening. It's May 16th. We're on day 13 of this trial, and I hope it's a day we learn which door everyone came out of. But welcome, come in, get comfy. For those of you who were expecting Baker, I have a little surprise for you. He's here.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Hi, everybody.
It's a bit sunny out now, so that's nice.
Right in your eyes.
Yeah, well, I can try and, but then I'll have directly in my eyes, and if I moved it around, I'll take half and half.
That works.
So yesterday, pig DNA on the cup.
Yes. Pig DNA on a cop. That
The
was
amount of jokes.
Yep. Chat got all of them for you.
That's a good. And I heard a rumor that Lally didn't do a criminal trial before, but he did. So it would be too perfect if you had never done one before.
Yeah, I think that's that one was debunked, but
Yeah.
it seems like he didn't do one before.
Yeah, but I saw Runkle was posting something
about him
about
not doing one.
him having criminal trials before. Hey,
Yeah.
Fed. And can I just tell you, the racism in the U.S. is appalling.
How
I
so?
was denied service at a bar yesterday.
Did you not have ID?
I didn't have the right kind of ID. We were carded at the restaurant, and it just showed my driver's license. Fine, no problem. Then we got to an arcade, and they carded me and they said, "We can't accept this. You have to bring your passport." And Valhalla just turned Karen. Can I talk to your manager? And we talked to the manager. It's company policy. He said, "This is just ridiculous. I can rent a car on my driver's license alone, but I can't drink a beer in Tennessee." So that was weird. And when he said, "So you don't serve foreigners here," and she had to pull out well, my husband is a foreigner. Yeah, I have a black friend too.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that. We're not always the most welcoming of people, I would have to say. Usually in the South, a little more welcoming though.
No, everyone has been so kind, but it's just a stupid company policy, because I think they had to make sure they had it on. I don't know what the rule were, but it's just weird that they don't recognize the driver's license. But it's because it's not written in English. Well, I can prove my name is because I have my picture on there. I can give you my veterans card. There's English on that. If you came in my bar, drink with you. Well, thank you, Puddle Sound. Well, a lot of people were willing to drink, and a lot of people we're going to leave. I said, no, let's just have fun. It's not, if I don't get those 3 beers, it'll be all right.
Yeah. That's it was probably for the best. You were probably starting to get some jet lag.
No, actually, it hasn't been that bad. Well, I need to find somewhere to get an extra 2 hours somewhere in the middle of the day. But today is gonna do. We're gonna do Dollywood. So we are just wanted to jump on, because I've been on with Shizzy and I thought, I'm kind of an asshole. I don't go on my own show.
Well, I think I called you out on.
Yeah. No, it's just a company policy that everyone must be carded, and they just don't recognize me because I didn't bring my passport. Who brings their passport to a bar? I would lose that.
I don't know. I always carried mine on me when I was overseas. I didn't trust people in the hotel. But you're not in a hotel.
No, I'm in the lovely backyard of the expert.
Yeah.
So,
Boom.
but who's up today? Colin is up today,
Colin.
and
Yeah.
Jen McCabe.
I hope. I haven't been on Twitter to see exactly who may have been walking in, but he is in the USA now, and the cheesecake didn't happen yet.
Well, it happens tomorrow. Remember to turn in for Friday Night Live, and I will be paying it back by giving them Danish candy. Yeah, it's a lovely place he has, and just sitting out here with a cup of coffee, enjoying. I saw a cardinal yesterday and a squirrel, and when we came home, the dogs were going crazy because there might have been a skunk in the backyard. So yeah,
Yeah. A skunk?
yeah.
Fun. I get
Hmm.
those. They're gigantic here. Lots of trash to eat. Is he going to make you mow the lawn?
I haven't. We haven't discussed payment yet.
Oh, you should probably get on that before you spend all your money. You're going to be doing dishes.
And Fed, yes, some of it is that, and then I have some Dracula bonbons as well, and I have some good things too. But there's a lot of. Do you know Superflyer Fedorowski? I can't wait to someone eat a Superflyer.
I don't know what that is, but Fed might.
No, I didn't bring home any ladies of the night.
He ate catfish, though.
Yeah, catfish. Surprisingly, I'm not a big fish person, but it was great. But I ate green fried tomatoes. That was disgusting. And some cornbread that I thought it was like a flapjack or something, but it tasted weird. But
Mm.
the White Rabbit said this was some fancy cornbread, so it's not real cornbread.
Yeah. Real cornbread, like, it's hard not to like it.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a bread made with corn flour, but this was I think they were a little. It was a bar who had its own brewery, and I don't know if you drink craft beer, but sometimes
Mhm.
craft beer is just a little too special.
Yeah. A
I
lot of.
said you
Go
go.
ahead. Oh, I was going to say a lot of times out here they like to make them taste like pine trees. I don't like that.
No, this was all citrusy.
I like
Uh,
that.
yeah, but I said because it was an IPA, and normally they taste a little more like beer. Um, and I told them after the first one, I said, "Ah, that's not really nice." I said, "Do you have anything that's not that citrusy?" Yeah, try this. That was way worse. So yeah.
IPAs tend to be citrusy here. We have, especially down there, they have like all of the citrus trees. Are you going to wear a Norwegian flag t-shirt tomorrow in solidarity?
Oh,
Oh, from Noah.
is it tomorrow? It's Norway's birthday. I think it is.
Oh, I did not know that. It's hard to keep up with every country's birthday.
Well, I remember our own, and then because in Norway it's a big deal because they got free of the sweets, so everyone was happy.
Yeah, give a head over to. I put it earlier, but I can't pin it. I've learned that I can't pin.
No, that's because you don't have access to the YouTube background.
So
So
I just put it in the beginning, and hopefully, one of our mods reminds people. Oh, you don't have a Norwegian T-shirt.
well, it was cool yesterday meeting everyone. It's so funny to put a body to people's faces. Yeah, let's
Oh,
get to Dollywood, baby.
isn't it funny when you read chats like in somebody's voice?
Yeah,
Like you can hear them say it.
yeah. The people you know, you're thinking, oh, he would say it this way. But
Yeah. Definitely Volstorm is the one that I read his chats in his voice.
yeah, The funny thing about Wallstrom is he's old as fuck. Oh, that's my stream. Old as dang.
It's your stream, but I didn't say it, so it's all good.
We were doing who's the oldest guy yesterday, and I was running a hut, and then we found out he's 6 months older than me. But those 6 months, it's like 26 years. He's old, way old, too old. Some would say.
That's funny. Notice he's no longer in chat, so you
Yeah.
probably scared him off now.
Well, I don't know how far. We have like an hour drive to Dollywood, and we're gonna jump somewhere and get some breakfast. So I thought now's the time. I have time to jump on and say hey, because we should be leaving soon. Again, expert time, so within the next 25 hours. So I expect mistrial motions. What happened?
So Allie McCabe, who drove Colin home,
Mm-hmm.
she mentioned John being in the house, but then one of the guys that picked up tried to pick up Julie Nagel dropped the feds in there.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and he
were
just
they allowed
offered
to
it.
talk about? They were allowed to bring it in, but just not the defense weren't allowed to bring it up as a defense that the feds are looking into them.
Right. It has to happen naturally or something like that. Like
Yeah.
they can't ask about it. And yeah, so it kind of came out of his mouth when what Jackson asked a yes or no question. He said, "Well, there was that time with the feds."
Oh.
And the courtroom was like time stopped.
Yeah, and I saw something. Blue Dog is going to tell the world she's out as of now.
Can't hear her that much.
Well, she's trying.
Yeah, it has to come in organically, they say.
Yeah, because they can bring it up and say you were investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and this relating to that. But they can ask in another hearing, you testified this.
Right.
But they're not allowed to say the feds are looking at this.
Right. Oh, and have you heard about the Doink side drama?
Yeah, I'm so sad. Poor little Doink got thrown out of court.
Yeah. But that's okay. He's filing a motion on behalf of his chair that got assaulted.
What?
So, Doink doing Doink things.
Yeah, I saw that child letter. 3 pages he wrote in hand. I was like, what? It's a blue tick coonhound.
Does Blue Dog actually have a name, or do they just call her Blue Dog?
I think both of them have names, but it's kind of like, it's so funny because we're sitting around. When I came here Tuesday night, everyone was on the porch having beers. And I came out and I saw Wallstrom and Diva and Vegas Rick and Valhalla. And then we was just sitting here saying, hey, and how's the trip? And then someone said a name, and I thought, who the hell is that? And, oh, that's Wallstrom. And then someone said another name. I thought, oh, that's Vegas Rick. And then we went to the drive-in yesterday at Chick-fil-A, and the expert, she said, what name can I put on the order? And he said a name. I thought, that's probably just something he says to make fun of someone. And no, that's his name. And you're sitting there thinking, oh, they have real names too? but it got so confusing when you're out and about, because who knows who as what. So I just stick to the screen names. And I haven't been to Bucky's. I'm still hoping we're gonna get there.
Yeah, also Allie McCabe broke down crying and brought in the that they've been harassed. But it wasn't really made clear who was harassing her. So now the jury thinks that the defense is harassing her.
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, we need name tags for it. Yeah, it's the same. Imagine we're the ones on screen. All of you know our names. But if Aaron Olivia stops by, do I know how? When everyone went to we met up at a bar yesterday to have some food and say hello to everyone. And you stand, Dave didn't recognize Little D. And then you have Miami Spice and Texas Jen, and how do they look? And yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah, you posted that picture of Little D, and I reached out to Whiskey. I was like, "Is that Danielle?" Like, I'm just so used to seeing her from a different
Yeah.
angle and lighting that I'm like, it didn't even look like her.
No, it's Dave didn't. I instantly recognized her, but again, she was wearing her Motorhead T-shirt, so you knew it was her.
Yeah. We're still on
Yeah,
fan watch here, everybody.
yeah, and the Aiden stuff. They as the defense wasn't allowed to bring in the defense stuff. Uh, the state wasn't allowed to bring in the harassment unless it happened through organic through. So someone told her, remember to make, because Brian Jr. did that a lot too. We were harassed.
Oh, she did say people on the internet and bloggers, but still,
Yeah,
it shouldn't have even been brought in.
it was funny. I saw three people on my trip over with masks on, and one of them I thought, if you're afraid of catching a virus, that's not your biggest concern. I'm a big guy. She could have laid on top of me and rolled over. No, I could have laid on top of her, rolled over, and still be on top of her. Jesus, she was big.
I think a lot of people now I see, well, at least in the Philly area, wear like the face masks for like if they're sick.
Yeah, it's kind of like they do in Japan.
Yeah.
It's a courtesy.
Yeah. Which I'm okay with. Like, thank you for not sharing your disgusting
Yeah,
illness with me.
I was actually in the plane and I thought one of the good things I remember from some years ago. This was out of Copenhagen. I believe it was a Norwegian guy. He was just coughing. I said I kind of liked it when we did this thing, coughed into your sleeve, so you just didn't aerosol everything around us.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Tony's doing recaps and saying that the defense opened that door. It was actually we're gonna hit it. Lally who opened that door for harassment. Karen Reed has not harassed her and anyone, so it's just not fair. No, but I was on Shizzy's an hour ago and talked to Dave, and we were talking about this. We are so invested in it. We know all the backstories. We know how everyone's connected. But every time you sit in front of a jury, it's a 75% chance you're going to get convicted just because you're tried. And
Yeah.
all of these have anything material. Yeah, I heard that Julie Nagel said she saw a black blob on the front lawn, but didn't tell anyone in the next 8 months. That sounds really weird because the first thing the next morning when someone called and said, "Did you hear what happened over at Brian Jr.?" By the way, Brian Jr. a little soft in the wrist department, maybe. Um, he wouldn't you call him and say, "Hey, Brian, hey buddy, good for you, loved your coming out party." Did that guy outside? I think I saw him. Wouldn't that be the natural thing to do?
Yeah. You would think. But she said nobody asked her.
Yeah. So she can be a lead investigator in Florida.
Exactly.
Did you look for it? No, no one told me I had to look for it.
Nope. Yeah, Jamie, she'll be around.
What's today? It's Thursday. I think Thursday is when they have like a team meeting or some training or something.
Yeah.
So she'll be around soon enough. And you have us. I know everyone loves Jamie, but we're good substitutes.
Yeah, the Julie was very less than stellar. Oh, I'm seeing.
Movement. And Sebastian Müller, ich bin großartig. It's fine. Everyone is super nice, and that weirdness you kind of expect meeting so many new people, it wasn't there because like when the aides came, she came at 10 o'clock to the arcade. But well, Dave knows her and Valhalla knows her, so they can talk to her. It's not like you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, what do I break the ice with?" I'm talking about goats and loving. Hey, Valhalla, did you call corporate? You big Karen.
I'm watching court here. Here, I'll bring it in for you guys, but I'm live and on fan watch. I'll check other streams while we. Oh,
We're not on fan watch anymore. Yeah, we could have Mookie. I'm so sad I didn't.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel.
Hey, Cappy, thank you.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar?
always.
You don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
You'd like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time Ali McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It's prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right, what do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it, and it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
What a big surprise. Oh, I thought that she was finally going to rule. Was his questioning anywhere near what she claims?
I don't recall it verbatim, but
What, if anything, do you recall?
I don't know. So maybe somebody in chat can help us out here, but I don't know what she's referring to be honest. So that is part of the problem.
No, I haven't had grits yet, but I had cornbread, not a fan. I had deviled eggs. They could use a little mustard, but they were great. And deep fried tomatoes was really nasty.
Yeah, they are really gross.
Yeah, it's you couldn't really dig into it because it's like gum, sour gum somehow.
I don't really like them. I think you have to like grow up on them to like them. It's like an acquired taste.
Yeah, that was actually real cool. I sat opposite Kaiser, so I could ask him. He knows everything about food. So I said, "Hey, how does catfish taste?" He said, "It's real good," and he went into a whole. He had compared it to different fish species. He knows everything about food. He brought, I don't remember how many pounds of homemade beef jerky, and he's really into it. Yeah, but Waffle House will be at 2 a.m.
Yeah. You can't go during the day. That's not.
Well, we drove past one, and I said to Valhalla, I said, "Oh, should we go to Waffle House, get in a fight?" And he said, "No, we have to wait."
Caro, thank you for the super sticker. I don't have YouTube up, so I can't see it, but when I do, I will thank you again. When is Little D date night?
Well, we were at the arcade yesterday playing games, and probably tomorrow we'll go to. I need to go shopping because I didn't bring enough T-shirts to this hot weather. So I'll take her to Walmart, show her a good time. You know, the fancy places.
Unetti does not look very happy today.
Neither do Alan Jackson.
Neither does Paul, but he hasn't looked happy.
No, and he's always on stare-down mode.
Yeah.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First
Morning,
Justice W. Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in before the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated.
Little D has brought homemade
22117, the Commonwealth.
What was that?
Little D have brought homemade moonshine, so.
Oh, that's trouble.
Yeah, it could get me pregnant.
Yeah, I would stay away from that. That stuff gives me a wicked hangover. All right, I'm gonna go back to court. Because otherwise we get too far behind and everybody gets spoilers.
Versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes or no? Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
Well, I'm going to jump off. It looks like we're about to get going. So have a great stream, everyone. I'll try to jump in if I can figure it out from Dollywood.
Yeah, they probably have Wi-Fi spots there too, but
yeah,
enjoy. I
will try. Have fun, everyone. And again, stay away from deep fried green tomatoes.
Agreed. See ya.
And let me try to get out of this without ending the stream.
Don't do that.
I think I'll just hit the back button and I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
You solemnly swear the evidence here, the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert.
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Rephrase the
Already.
question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand,
I don't think so.
your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
This is hard to listen to.
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a
Brother.
house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally
I think
about
so.
your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone
No.
and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
I got
Nope.
it because
Nightly
you
news,
asked.
Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
But you know you've been harassed.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here.
Oh.
The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
You
Were
drank
ever
yourself
told
stupid?
in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember.
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand. There might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Allie.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right.
It
But
took
you
him a
do
long time.
remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right. Sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so. No.
You would categorize that as such.
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday
Before yesterday, had you ever seen that before?
on my phone. Yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, did you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember. No.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting?
Not that he
a month
remembers.
or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
Don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
He doesn't remember anything.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay.
I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Sidebar. Yeah, so this guy apparently suffered too many concussions in his time. He only remembers what he was told to remember. Oh, that's just brilliant. No Grant today, I see. I think he's working on his appeal or whatever he's got going on. Yeah, he is getting destroyed. He looks like a big idiot. I mean, I guess he doesn't care that he looks like an idiot because as long as he's not implicated in the crime. But come on, man. I mean, they have to. I don't see DUI either. They have to. He has to remember something. I mean, this is. Yeah, he remembers what he was told in a 15-minute interview. Yeah. I find it hard to believe that nobody in that family spoke a word about this case in 2 years. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I guess there's no way to really prove that he's lying about not remembering. So that's convenient. Yes. Well, I think what they're really doing is fighting the third party culprit. Oh yeah, zero chance. Zero. I mean, they probably all sat down and had a powwow about it, and multiple times. Could you imagine being a juror listening to the kid that could remember everything yesterday, but today he smoked himself silly? Yeah, I mean, maybe he hit his head on the way to court today. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the only thing he can remember, I think, is that he was told to just say, "I don't remember," anytime the defense asks him anything. They probably had to show him pictures of Lally and Jackson and Yannetti and make him study, like, which one was defense and which one was prosecution. Say yes to this guy, say I don't remember to this guy. I mean, again, it depends on what he's reading. I think there's some people that are open-minded enough to listen to both sides, and there's some that don't. Yeah. Lally carefully walks his younger, stupider witnesses through their testimony. Next time he's up asking questions, really listen, ask them a question, they give an answer. Yeah, I mean, then again, he did have to dumb down a lot of what he asked yesterday. Hope we got sound. Let's see what happens.
May I close your?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
So we can get that, but
Excuse me?
we'll answer that question.
$10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was
Mhm.
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Why are we... Yeah, why can't we say tuxedo right now? Like, he's not allowed to comment on what he's wearing in the picture, but he's allowed to comment on what Michael Proctor is wearing in the picture. So... I don't know what he's objecting to at this point. I can't... my brain hurts from this one. What are we doing here? Why? Who's on trial here? Yeah. I mean, it's true. That is like their like tech guy. He's the one like putting stuff on the screens and all of that. And we have Jamie. Hello, hello. Can't hear you if you're talking. but
Sorry, my sound is messed up. Hang on.
It's okay. It's all right. I bought new headphones, tried to plug them in today, and they didn't work. So I spent a good 2 minutes backstage not talking to Baker. There we go. I
There we go.
can hear you now.
Okay. I couldn't hear you. Sorry, I was trying to catch up before I got on because I was behind. And it was funny because we were both yelling, like, why can't we say tuxedo at the same time?
Yes.
Because I just yelled that. I was like, what is the deal?
I know.
I don't get the objections.
Baker's trying to go to Dollywood. So I don't understand. What I really don't understand is why we can talk about Proctor wearing a tuxedo, but not the actual person there.
I know,
That's
that's why I was like, why can you say Proctor's wearing a tuxedo, but don't say Colin is.
And this kid can't remember jack shit. Sorry for it's not 2 hours, but Baker already dropped the F-bomb, so
I heard. Yeah, the same thing. I was trying to I see where he was getting at, but my God, I don't know. Oh, but I know I left at 12:10 exactly. You look dumb when you do that.
he is evasive. That's why I'm calling him Colin. I don't remember Albert.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that.
I think
One
he's
more
been
time.
concussed.
Hi, guys.
Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
No. Okay, good.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that is being in a wedding party is reserved for the most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Proctor is the state lead investigator.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's
Who
in the middle
happens
of the
to
paragraph. If you'll just read that.
Be connected to
yourself.
everybody.
Yeah, he's the lead detective on this whole case. And he is shady AF.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
15 minutes.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
You
No.
don't remember now? Okay.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
He's trying to brain
Correct.
real hard here.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. Yes.
Like his eyebrows coming together like, I'm thinking.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, it came out so
I think that's
naturally
my
on
question
direct,
first. I
though.
apologize.
That's
It's
the
my fault.
stuff that boggles my
You believe
mind.
it would refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
As to the length of that first interview, if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you.
That squeaky chair. Good Lord. Sounds like my chair right now.
I think it's Bev.
Come on,
Take
Beth.
a look at this.
You have
and
a
I'm
better
gonna
chair
direct
than
your
that.
attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Yeah, it's her for sure.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about.
I still don't remember.
Oh, is it? Maybe.
Hold it, it says that you testified. Question. How long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your
Have
recollection
you
as to the question and
bees?
answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice.
Be
right?
mean. Aw.
Professional, I'd say.
Because you've known him.
Hey,
almost your
Mo
whole life,
Raiders.
right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying not to be too
Did
mean.
you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Right. Why this guy thinks of his answer. Brandon, legit question, is homie 81 IQ or slow or 79? I think he was told to just say he doesn't remember and everything will be fine.
Yeah, I think that was a big lie when he said, no one told me that. No, they just say, if you don't remember anything, just say I don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, Iris. Never heard anyone except an attorney say rephrase, and this entire family asks for all that all the time. I mean, maybe that was like a witness advocate was telling them that, or part of Lally's prep, but I doubt it. I don't know. Hey, Mo.
Hello. I was almost like I was like, do I want to do this, my news, or do I want to see this kid get destroyed?
Uh, he's getting destroyed and he just looks really, really, really dumb. And it's not a good look for him.
Well, and that's the problem. As the state, if you put up these people that you can't trust that look like they're crafting a story, you want people to believe your theory of the case. You just look like someone who either A, couldn't prep their witnesses, or B, doesn't have a case.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just the I don't know king, so I can't
I
remember.
mean,
And I don't know why, like, they think that looks good. Because to me, I mean, I know everybody's perception of it is different, and who knows what the jury is thinking. But when I hear somebody on direct, and I've watched trials a long time, so I know differently. But when I watch people on direct, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, all these facts, here you go, no big deal, not even a question," and then they get pretty much asked the same questions on cross, but in a different way. They're just totally like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't remember saying that. I just said that 5 minutes ago, but I don't remember."
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't look good.
All right. Let's see how this guy goes.
Can you
Who else
repeat?
was there?
Oh
Was it just
my
Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
Quit bullying him. He's just a baby.
He's 20. We have stretched the years of kidulthood to like 30. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I know he's a 20-year-old person. You guys want 16-year-old to vote. This is your audience.
Yeah. He's oh, excuse me. He's a little behind.
True.
I mean, it is. I'm yawning because I'm kind of bored of his. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
I know.
Yeah,
Even if he asks him some spicy questions, he's not going to remember. Like, dang it.
Is he 20 or was he? I don't remember what.
He said he was 20 on the stand.
Okay.
That's
So
what I
he's like-
remembered.
Yeah.
That's old enough to, I mean.
Because I think he was like almost 18 or something when it happened.
Okay. Whew. Is Baker really going to Dollywood? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they bought their tickets.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be videos posted throughout the day. I got off stream yesterday and saw like things that he had posted while we were on.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what happened, but I know that they're not proving anything.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, again, you're relying on a jury to take a very complex case with a lot of moving parts and pieces. If I were in charge of this, I would have pared down everything and said, I mean, we have yet to go. The only people that talked about John really were his brother and his wife. The rest of this has been, are you at a party where there are speakers? Were you drinking Bud Light? Why?
Yeah.
I mean,
what were you drinking? I mean, it's basically been an advertisement for a lot of booze, but
well, and
or maybe
drinking.
a smear campaign for them. I don't know. Smear, well, if you ask me, but forgot we're not live. So I can kind of buzz through this a bit.
Well, before we go through, has there been anything that we really learned from the cross yet that was interesting?
No, because he doesn't remember Jack Poo.
Oh, well,
He's
I was
literally
hurrying over thinking he would be crying. I'm such a terrible person. I'm like, I want him destroyed.
I kind of do too. I mean, I think that at least it'll be something to.
Oh, the resting eye roll face and that chick with a tan sweatshirt thing. She is thoroughly horrified.
I don't know what she's horrified about, though. I don't even know who she is, but. Oop. Oop. What am I doing here?
May I,
Click
Mark?
the wrong
Yes.
button.
Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July
There we go.
27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you were put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Don't say
Correct.
anything
But when
about
you met with
facts.
Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
What?
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy and say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text him, probably not call
Thank you, Jude.
Either or.
him. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so. Yeah.
I don't
In
want.
fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Do you know what Photoshop is?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmo instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Need to use
May I
the
have that
Elmo?
back?
I thought you meant approach over here.
Oh,
Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
You'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
no. Well, he's so sweet.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Aw.
Thanks, Lally. You're a real bro. I might be feeling a little
Yes.
sarcastic today.
Oh my God, you guys, they have a kitty claw catnip toy.
You
And I
see
think I
what's
might get
displayed
just
on the
in
screen.
honor of this trial.
Yes.
So it's
It's
a
only
cat
part
like
of
one.
the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay, you see the next date?
Yes.
There's a
What date is
date?
that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, thank you. We'll take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
It's a theory.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
How is that not
Ask
an
it
objection?
differently,
It
Mr.
does.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again,
It's
your
almost
memory
like
is
if we had a
failing.
Cellbrite download, this wouldn't be a question.
But they didn't take his phone. This
I
came
know.
off his.
Wait,
This came off of Allie's phone, maybe. Which, or no, it came from Jen McCabe's phone, which they got, and she was given the screenshots.
it just, again, if the state wanted it to not look like it was a setup, you would do these things. Did they study with Delphi police officers? I'm just asking for a friend.
I don't know. He did just contradict himself because he said that he doesn't have social media or he doesn't remember or something. I don't know. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. It's a mess.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Allie McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't
I'd
produce
say,
them right
well,
now.
show
can
your
you?
phone right now.
I'm not sure.
So in the days, hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we're just looking at and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnick when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buchnick if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Sorry.
to this day, you've never been required to
Sorry.
present your phone to
Zone
any law
out.
enforcement agent. Have you?
Nope.
Don't plan to either.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
Hey, Rexy.
Can we
If
download
you
it
had
now?
the actual texts, on your phone. Why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know.
You were shown a photo yesterday
I don't remember.
of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Yeah. Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, your fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Remember that?
Your Honor, I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show to Mr. Lally.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
One and two.
Gracious. My me, oh my. Oh. Are these the bloody knuckle pics?
God,
Yep.
I'm on the phone and I'm like hearing everything in my ear. I'm like, I want to comment.
I think this is the black eyes and bloody knuckles pics coming in.
And this would be how long after?
Yeah,
Okay.
present these to the witness.
I'm sure we're about to find out.
Okay.
May we
I didn't know
approach?
if I missed it.
I
I
may as
might
well
have
see
missed
them.
it.
I'll end up seeing them in the nice.
Oh goodness. I need coffee too.
So
Go ahead.
what is so they're now having to approach because the defense is bringing in these. I wonder, were there motions in limine about limiting some of this extraneous information about Colin, or?
There's a lot of motion in limine about third-party culprits, so a lot of this stuff is like coming in, like she's taking it as it's coming in, you know?
Okay.
So that's why it's so annoying with like every little bit.
Yeah, like Bev hasn't ruled on a lot of things yet.
She kind of ruled on the
Isn't that her
third-party
job?
stuff as they go,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Okay. You know, this is actually a good strategy for the defense because it works both ways for them. If Bev doesn't allow it, then it looks like, what are you hiding from us? And then if she does allow it, it looks like, why didn't the state bring this up and get ahead of it?
Mhm. Well, I feel like they haven't even prepped their witnesses properly at all on things that might come in and might be shown. It's just like crazy because then it pops up and they're like, oh, well,
Yeah.
Slow and flounder.
Oh, man. It's so annoying to wait for these things too, because I'm like, I need to know. Like, are we going to see it? I mean, I think it's pretty incriminating when he shows up with bloody knuckles.
Yeah, because I think that was a big thing because, like, obviously diving into this before the trial, that was a whole thing that showed up was, okay, there's these pictures of him with these bloody knuckles and it's after everything that happened.
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
She ruled on she said that the defense opened the door. Which I don't believe, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can speed it up. This is a long one.
Well, my guess is Lolly's saying this makes our client look terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very relevant if it's after.
Yeah, if it's in close
Mm.
proximity.
You need to verify, like, oh, what did you do, guy?
It is
Did you punch a wall?
circumstantial, but it was, from what I understand, it was really soon after.
It just makes, again, it makes the state look like they are nitpicking, and we still haven't gotten to the daggone incident where they're going to explain how physics doesn't exist in Boston.
Yeah. Pretty much. Lally presented a pic showing not injuries, and the pic looked like it had been lightened. Like they photoshopped it?
Well, has the defense, since I'm coming in a little later, has the defense said anything about the fact that these screenshots look edited, or would they be bringing in their own expert?
They will. I believe they're gonna have to like go to a phone person if that's the case. If they want to show.
Okay.
They did.
But
they
I think
were
they're
allowed
just questioning the kid. Like, hey, do you know how to do this right? Was that what they were doing?
Yeah. And I think what Bev allowed in was that that it was up to the jury to prove if, or to decide if they're valid.
Okay. I mean, because I know there's probably a procedure where you have to say this person's an expert in this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only way to get around it though is get a phone person in that can tell you.
Yeah.
Because they do look weird, I will say.
Yeah.
And it is weird to me that they haven't texted.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
Not even like a, what's up?
May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Surround.
Well, at least they're letting them bring it into evidence.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Finway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I publish the...
Put it into evidence first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, sorry, just FF. May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
Let me have it.
He's like, give it back, dingus.
Okay, I'll give it to
Yeah, you don't know your
Court
letters. You
reporter to
can't
put the
remember.
exhibit number on it.
He's just going to be like, I don't know why my knuckles were bloody.
You know, pictures can be
Yes.
pixelated. Did you pinch and zoom?
Yeah, probably.
These are obviously altered.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
There they are.
Which person are you?
Yeah.
In the middle.
There's a scabby little knuckles.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Highlighted.
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
What'd you do?
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone.
So poor kid's like,
In other
Oh,
words, it
geez.
wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
Stupid
No.
face.
This was taken by
National
event staff
TV.
member, is that right?
Correct.
This
It was later
poor
posted on social media, isn't that right?
What?
No, I was just like, God, I would hate to be in this picture and then they like zoom in on me, like on
Yeah.
national
Also,
TV.
randomly, he gets his eyebrows plucked. Kid in the middle, he definitely could have a unibrow, and he got that,
Mhm.
stuff waxed like 2 days before.
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can analyze that.
See, say I don't remember him out.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you,
He
you
remembers
fell on
that.
ice and injured your
Save
knuckles,
the big gulp.
as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
You break your hand.
Seriously?
I mean, as
Seriously?
a professional faller, that makes no sense.
You know how many
Seriously?
times I fell and my poor little palms get scratched up all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because wouldn't you put your fingers down to kind of claw instead of, I don't know, knuckle down like you're a
Yeah, like you're-
primate?
How do you fall that way? Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh.
it is weird.
We're going to need a reenactment for science.
Yeah.
So it sounded like they said it happened on February 26th. So
Well, I said around, like, because what is that when I don't know. I mean, there's no, he said it's at, did he say when the party was? Sorry, I missed that. We were laughing.
February 26th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the party? I think it was like a few days before or something. I don't think he said. But I mean, it's not that
'Cause,
healed.
I mean, if you get it, I mean, it looks
Yeah.
like it's stabbed up, but I mean, so it's not going to go away. It's going to, if you get him good, it's going to take a minute.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And boys pick.
Probably, but you could have said I was hitting the heavy bag hard.
Right.
He's like, damn you, gravity, and he punches the driveway because
Punching
he's so
hand
mad at
holds.
it.
Legendary is punching hand holds in the asphalt. Leave him alone. Thank you, Legendary.
Sorry, Legendary. Colin, you are correct.
I know.
Poor boy.
Yeah, exactly. He could have said anything, but no, I fell on my knuckles. Alrighty.
Hey, what else?
Okay.
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You felt your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've
Other
never
than
been
with
in a
your
fight
father?
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No,
Asked you.
He has
And
such
in
a
this case,
flat
when you fell down on
affect.
the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls,
Nope.
not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
Never skip leg day.
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video?
Kid, if he asks you a
You
question,
threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
Oh, are you, Bevy?
so did they have like, does his whole family box or something? Do they have information?
Well, Brian
Excuse me.
Albert for sure.
Yeah,
And that's his buddy.
but
Brian Albert was
MMA, right?
he did like yeah, he like I mean they have footage of him in a gym like boxing and doing
Oh,
MMA
was it
stuff.
this?
Oh, I mean, I thought there was just like videos of him just being obnoxious.
His dad was, or Uncle Brian?
Colin.
Hmm.
But his Uncle Brian was, yeah, he did all that stuff.
The federal investigation is about the
It's
just the
investigating
investigators.
the investigation, and, like
Mhm.
the DA's office and stuff, and the investigators.
It's an investigation about the investigation.
Yeah.
Because that's not confusing. But like Proctor is like the main person, I think, being investigated.
Mhm. And I think Morrissey and stuff.
Yeah, I think. I wonder if he's saying, no, I don't box because it's MMA. Like he's being technical.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible
It
because they've
could
been
be.
doing that a lot.
God, this poor dad. He just looks so unwell.
I know, and to like
And-
hear all this stuff, I would be
Yeah.
livid. I'd be livid that these cops didn't even care to investigate my son's death, properly. If I was sitting here wondering how my son passed away and they're showing like solo cups of blood and shopping stop bags, I'd be so mad.
Yeah, and the fact that this case is supposed to be about finding justice for him, and we've learned, that their house had inside speakers, that someone checked their phone, that, there was snow, wasn't snow, possibly there was maybe a dusting. I mean, it kind of cheapens it.
So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here.
Cool.
Wasn't early enough for me to get you
Happy?
coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out.
Dun, dun, dun.
All rise for the court, please. Yours, follow me.
I think we're getting a proffer.
I do, yeah.
Which I like because then they can ask all the things.
So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
You should.
So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
I separated them.
All
Oh
right.
my God, if they
So
just
let's mark
drew in.
them each for
DUI
identification.
lawyer.
What?
I said, oh my goodness, if they kind of roped DUI guy into being his lawyer since, he was there yesterday. It's like, you
Yeah.
don't have a lawyer, we'll find one for you.
Yeah. I don't think he has jurisdiction in Massachusetts, though. I don't think he can practice there. But I don't think she should offer him a lawyer because he's not being tried with or he's not being Miranda'd or anything like that.
Yeah, and
What?
he's not accused of a crime right now. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he probably doesn't have a lawyer, which is a little concerning. All right.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay. That would be GG for identification. Thank you.
Good luck.
What do you say good luck for?
The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
Oh, he does have a lawyer. He's just not there. Got it.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Lucy.
you.
I just want to show.
All right. So play GG first, please.
GG.
Yes, sir.
Yo, your name's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Yeah, big old pimple on his head, too.
Okay. And the next one, please.
He's all talk.
Yeah. He's a
You're a
douche.
bitch, bro. Fuck you, yeah. Fuck you, pussy. Be cool, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
I couldn't understand what he's even saying in that.
That's why you don't
heard
put stuff on
KO
social
and bang
media.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the
He's a
advantage
charming
voice
little
video,
boy, yeah.
did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school.
Oh, please.
Around.
Where were you?
Don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, correct?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No,
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
You don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it.
Can you
Someone did.
pause it real quick,
Walked up
Marissa?
to you and said, I will fuck you.
Oh,
Why am I having Sarah Boone flashbacks? Like, well, do you say F you? Is that how you greet each other? F you? Just like it was not intentional. It's simply the way we say hello in Boston.
yeah. I mean,
Listen. Yeah, doing and saying it totally different things, but it definitely, when you have somebody sitting on the stand, their little preppy sweater, and then you
Yeah.
see things like that.
Yeah.
I would never. I'm a good little church boy.
Yeah, that wasn't a video saying, "Hey, let's come over and play Barbies together." You know, paints a little bit
Let's
of a
settle this with checkers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be careful what you put online, people. Jeez, oh, Pete. We're all old enough to know better.
I mean, yeah, you may have somebody that you say that to when you see them, whatever, but you're not posting it on social media. That's just dumb. Well, I hope you're not. And if you are, don't.
Because, yeah, might come back to
I don't
haunt
know
you.
if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But someone did. Walked up to you and said, I will fuck. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up. and object.
Were you threatening these Advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
Kinda,
threatening them with violence?
kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
What is KO?
Explain that to me.
Knockout.
Oh,
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same Advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
gone. Sorry, Baker.
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Right?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the Advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
it was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's a statement.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second, ask a different question.
Did he fall?
They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, it must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag. Yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Albert,
Oh, good. Interrupted the Commonwealth this time. It's not a conspiracy.
when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at
So
least a
not
couple
very
years
much.
before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
January 2022, right?
Yeah, because he was like, what, almost 18? So it's not that long ago.
No.
And as far as within
Almost
those
18.
videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
Posted threats about them.
So wait, you
And
threatened to kill? They
were there
asked
ever
of
any
people
sort
you
of,
didn't know?
Physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have Maria.
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the.
Thank God. This is. She's got to let this in, right? She's not going to.
Why not? It's very.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It impeaches him, sort of.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she could say it's tangential because
Okay, yeah, you
these
cannot
videos-
hear.
What's that?
She could say it's tangential because, I mean, if they're trying to put it in as this is his character or character sort of stuff, since it's not directly related to the case, she might not let a lot of character stuff since he's not on trial. But I'm not.
Well, it should be able to show the fact that he's saying, no, I've never, like, I don't know, I guess, again, we need a lawyer for this,
I'm
but
super peaceful.
like in my eyes, it's like, I'm so peaceful. I've never, but then
Yeah.
you have videos like this out. I mean, you have to put it out there because then the jury's left with the fact that like, oh, well, I mean, he's sitting there in his nice little sweater. He's saying he's never, ever done anything bad.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that back room.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay,
Understood.
so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. But he,
No.
in front of the jury, he said, "I've never been in a fight."
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to Bowden, but yes, it also goes to our third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this? The evidence points to that may have done this, absolutely, this evidence, what we now have, points directly in that, it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer?
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed.
Any of that.
There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those two flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking Madam Courtney. All right. So I will. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
All right. Did you not see them already?
Yeah, right.
I don't get her.
What a mess.
I am going to take this pause to jump off. I'm going to go kiddos, and then I will be back for the afternoon. And for real this time, I may have an adult beverage because they're coming home and they're staying home for 3 months.
Oh, boy.
God.
Yeah, we're done at 1, I think, so.
Oh, okay.
But
I
just
forgot
FYI.
half day, full day.
Yeah.
But
today's a
I
half
should be
day, so-
back.
All right.
Have a wonderful day, guys, if I don't see you again.
You too. Bye. Thanks,
Bye,
Mom.
Mom.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's going back there to figure out some way she can keep this out.
hmm But they're right. Like, oh, well, there's no indication of a fight. Well, there's no indication of a car hitting the man either. So you should be able to present all sides.
Yeah.
And they're not like pointing. I mean, obviously, in my eyes, I see it that way, but they have to put it out there. I mean, he's not on trial, no, but you have to see the full picture.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, it does sound like they were pretty much hiding Colin for months.
They were. And then this whole stupid excuse of like, well, he pretty much left when we got there, so we didn't even think about it.
Yeah. But then yesterday, what's her name? Allie said he was there. I mean, I think it was maybe an accident and she didn't actually mean that he was there, but
Well, after seeing all her 360 info, looks more sketch.
yeah, I want to know like what's going to come of that.
I feel like they might dive in. They might be dove into more with the experts. I hope so. Some of that, because I know they got some like electronics experts. Clearly,
Oh, good.
definitely one to debate the 227 search. So I'm sure that they're going to get into more of that other stuff because he got that from somewhere. I don't think they got it from her phone. Obviously, they got it from John McCabe's stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the black blobs. That one still baffles me. Like, how did she not say anything? Did anybody happen to catch Runkle last night? He was upset to tears about that.
No, I didn't.
Like,
I haven't seen any.
that she should feel survivor's guilt about that if that was true.
Well, she clearly didn't. I'm sorry, but when you say, well, I put 2 and 2 together the next day when I heard about it, but I still didn't say anything for 8 months.
Yeah.
Like, come on now.
Yeah. I mean, Runkle gave a story of where he like feels survival guilt and it like basically that whole thing just enraged him. I'm not sure that I've ever been in that kind of situation that I can identify, but I'm sure I would be damn upset and say something, at least, like to try to clear my own conscience.
Well, if I saw something like that and then the next day I found out somebody actually was found, I would be like, excuse me.
Yeah.
I have something to say.
Yeah, exactly. You put it together. I doubt she put it together. She did say she put it together the next day, not months later. She just didn't think to say anything to anybody. He was already dead. What does it matter?
Well, and that was a good, because I do remember the reread cross or whatever it was when he said, so you put it together the next day and you still didn't reach out to the cops, you didn't reach out to anybody, you didn't say anything?
Nope.
She's like, nope. I'm like, well.
And the way she responded about it too, like.
Yeah, so nonchalant.
Just made her less credible, so. She probably didn't see it.
I don't believe she did.
Yeah.
I think she was drunk and.
That was part of her blacking out. Based on the witnesses, I'd bet it's easy to find jurors who don't know shit about anything or don't remember. Yeah. That's true.
I mean, I've come across quite a few people that really know nothing about this case. It's possible they actually found people in town that didn't.
Yeah.
And I hope they're sitting there like, I'm so confused. What is happening? Because all I am seeing over and over again now is Lally just wants to defend whatever the defense is doing. Defend to that. He is not proving anything. You haven't even proven how this man was injured.
No.
You haven't even really told us how this man is injured. How are you supposed to say that, oh, well, there was no fight involved, when you haven't even presented any injuries to tell us what the injuries are and what you believe happened?
Yeah.
We should know this from day one.
Did he say anything in opening statements about how they were going to quote unquote prove or whatever that Karen backed her car into him or something?
Because so the people, or the defense has the people, you know, obviously those biometric people or whatever, and then the Fed stuff. But he said, oh, well, we have like the cops basically that investigated it.
Yeah.
They're the ones, you know, that are gonna tell, because the medical examiner never said that.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. But
So,
I just wonder if the jury even remembers what they're supposed to be looking for.
well, he glossed over it so quickly, because I remember he glossed over the fact that, oh, 12:45, she just backed up into him, knocked him over, and he hit his head. Okay, give me a break. And then just like, well, you know, the cops are, the people that investigated it will tell you, well, so far you've showed us that every investigator and everything that's been going on is just a crap show.
Yeah.
So you really want us to believe that they know exactly what they're talking about, these cops?
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
Yeah, now we're caught up.
There's going to be something, man.
I
feel like we're going to be stuck on Colin all day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know who else is there. I'm still stuck on the pig DNA. Yeah.
I know, right? It was like, cool, bro. But tell us how it got, like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad, like, that lady seemed whatever. She did her job, but why don't we have more details on, like, where they took it from, like, or pictures or something? I don't know. I cannot stand that they are just like, well, we sent these swabs off. Where'd you get the swabs? Where would they come from? Were they sitting in the garage with the rest of the blood samples that you had? Like,
Yeah.
how long did they sit there before you decided to, like, no information? It's so crazy.
Yeah, I'm not buying I don't know if you beat someone up. I mean, you're kind of dumb to work on the heavy bag without wrapping your knuckles. It's just dumb, unless you want to look like you beat somebody up. But falling on the ice was, I don't think so, buddy.
I mean, it's possible, but
yeah, maybe
also is very, like, it's very convenient.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff is very convenient. I get that, but
yeah, I'm wondering if they have any doubts. I don't know. I just see so many people on Twitter I mean, they are dead set on Karen being guilty, that they just excuse away just like Grant does, or just gloss over anything
I don't
relevant.
understand it. I mean, you can't look, I mean, even if I didn't know what I knew, like, if I'm pushing everything out of my head and I'm looking at what has been presented so far, I don't honestly, Karen Reed's not mentioned all that much. Even John hasn't mentioned that much. I don't even know what I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching a trial about how the McAlberts aren't a-holes. Or are a-holes, I guess. And then the side's saying, no, they're not. That's kind of what it feels like right now. Like, hey, they're a bunch of a-holes. No, they're not. Let me prove you wrong. That's all that's going on. Anybody else see this? Because that's all I'm noticing.
Yeah, Lally's not putting on his own case. He's just defending the defense's case.
Yeah, he's just going after whatever the defense says. No, they aren't. That's kind of what it feels like. Let me prove that these people are a bunch of upstanding citizens.
Yeah, just barely heard Karen's in a car with a dome light on, and they had explained what a dome light was to that dome.
I know. That was something else. What do you mean dome light? I'm like, oh boy.
I mean, they should really check out their education system up there. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm also like, do they call it something else?
Yeah.
Is that not what it's called? That makes me question
Interior light?
myself.
I know some people say interior light, but
Yeah.
I've definitely heard dome light before.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, she couldn't identify that it was Karen. It could have been somebody else. Like, did we know
I
that
like
it
how
was
you
Karen's
said, how
car?
did you know it was a woman?
She had
Because
long
she had
hair.
long hair. Well, that doesn't
How did you know
really
she was
help
white?
anything. She was
know?
Caucasian and had long hair. That's how I knew.
I don't know. I mean, did you catch a license plate number? Have we confirmed that it was her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe all this drinking isn't really helping this town. Underage drinking, that is.
I mean, that's what Lally needs to do. He needs to just focus on the evidence he has that proves that Karen did this, that he wants to prove that Karen did this. Prove that Karen did this. Stop arguing about if all the little McAlberts are great people and they had nothing to do with anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead and put out some evidence that shows, oh, well, that's not true. They were doing this. But stop focusing so much on that.
Yeah. I wonder if Colin put out those videos for the culture.
For the culture, geez, oh Pete.
That was the dumbest thing. Ugh. I really, it's funny, like, I don't have a teenager, obviously, so I have no idea, like, what some of these terms are. I have to, like, ask my friends that have teenage kids. But, my gosh, did like, they just stop teaching common sense in high school? I just feel like I had more common sense. I probably was dumb, but not, was I this dumb?
I know, right? Like, I'm just like, gosh, did I act this way? I'm sure I did.
Yeah, exactly. For the culture. Those kids were.
If he would have said that, I would have been out of here.
They are back in court. Well, I'm caught up.
She's on Court TV. Court TV is like a little behind. That's why.
Oh, but they don't lag buffer as much for some reason.
I think that's the only difference. That's why people say, oh, it's back. And it's usually Court TV is just a little bit behind.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Culture died in 1999. Yeah. Yeah, and we had parents that were allowed to hit us. That's true.
Yeah, they were allowed to BRA and
boom survivor
if you're acting like an a-hole. And nobody batted an eye.
Yeah, I mean, my mom never like beat me, but I'll tell you, I used to hide under my bed from the wooden spoon.
Well, I mean, we weren't really that bad kids, but she definitely had a face. And she was like, you just wait. Keep acting that way.
Our principal was allowed to hit us. There was a paddle. We had to get parental permission, but man, he pulled that thing out. It had holes in it to catch air.
I actually will see counsel at that bar. I wasn't sure this was going on.
Ugh.
Ma'am.
Oh, the girl in the tan is an ex of John O'Keefe. Back, she hit a motorcyclist while DUI at the Tobin Bridge in Boston. Man lived but lost a leg. Oh, wonderful. Jeez. This whole place is. I'm not moving to Boston ever.
So, Jim.
Alrighty.
And, oh, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry.
whooping was a given. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
But what did you rule? I guess we don't get to hear.
And so I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
Well,
With the court's permission, yes.
sounds like she
Okay.
is.
So let's wait a minute.
I can't believe it.
Wow. I wonder if he's given instructions on what he can say.
Thank you.
She checked Twitter to decide.
Thank you.
Am I going to get voted back in if I keep this out?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the video. It's been marked for,
What if he said
sorry, it's
no?
evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, you're Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another videos at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath,
Correct.
same oath that you took here.
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you
He's
mean
blinking a
by,
lot. He's gonna cry.
I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
You're Benton's, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. We go, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
What? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang. right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out,
Correct.
and the bang bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form, yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
We are caught up. Yeah. I do think like a lot of it's just talk. Maybe he didn't fight, but I'm tending to agree with Steven that he's trying to pull this, I'm just a sweet little innocent boy. I'm not a liar. Nothing. I don't know. Not buying that. Well, what he said, he was smart. I don't know. It's hard to really say what happened. There's so many theories. We just have to, I mean, I think the defense only has to show that there's other possibilities out there, and that's the doubt that they need. Yeah, I mean, that's possible too. But I also feel like I feel like somebody would have come out and said that, especially if they punched him. I think somebody would have come forward when all this bang bang video stuff came out. And the defense would have found out. Yeah, that's true. Beer muscles. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, all of them definitely are a reasonable doubt. I think the prosecution's case has it looks like Swiss cheese with all the holes in it. And they have the burden of proof. I hear Jamie's birdies.
Sorry, I had to make a phone call. I was listening. I love when I'm trying to talk to somebody, but I can hear you in my other ear, and I'm like, I want to respond. Or I'm going, yeah, I know. Yeah, like I'm glad that got in though, because that's exactly what we needed. I mean, I believe, I was agreeing with you. Like maybe he hasn't ever fought anybody. He's just a big talker.
Yeah.
But it still needs to be out there.
Yeah, that he's not that little
He's not
choir
just that
boy.
innocent. Yeah.
Britney Spears, not that innocent.
Not that innocent.
That's going to be in my head the rest of the day now.
Mm-hmm. No, it's in mine. Thank you.
They did show the photo to the jury. That was earlier.
Yeah, they did. And then they got to mention that he had broken knuckles again. So
It does make him an angry drunk, looks like one, and he was drinking that night, admittedly.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
And did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any.
You're probably not wrong,
Correct.
Jesse.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions be?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13
That's not
years old.
And where about, or
20.
what was the context in which you
less than a decade ago.
you and him
not
together,
that
or
long
was it
ago.
group setting, family? How would you have come into contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
So you went over to, who goes over to somebody's
Now,
grandmother's house you don't know?
As far as the photograph that you were shown, as far
I
as
don't.
the wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding,
Correct.
and that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's up there just defending this, like, you're not close to anybody, right? Like,
I have some
who
questions
cares?
about the text messages.
Hammer in what
that-
he was doing
were
that
up on the
night.
screen yesterday and up on the screen today, as far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, You indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, but I can't feel like you
the
didn't
top of
text
that
somebody
screen
for a
was,
month.
the text messages
Yeah.
regarding picking
At
you up
all.
from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of,
Thank you.
that period of sort of January 28th until February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination, when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
It was something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
Can anybody tell
You're
me
an athlete,
hitting a
correct?
heavy bag without gloves
I'd like
on,
to
does
say
it
so,
really
yeah.
do that to your hand? Because I
You played
feel like
sports in high
I've done
school,
it
correct?
before and
Yeah.
it hasn't.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played
Maybe I'm
sports
weak.
in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, I forget, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Brandon, thank you for the super sticker, which looks to be a lemon bobblehead kind of thing.
Paradise? Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16. I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team? Was that
So you didn't know them, but you were threatening
I'm
their
not sure.
to kick
Yep.
their butts?
play hockey
Nope.
That doesn't sound
at any
good.
point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall
So
which came first?
you had
as
to
far as the
fight.
text?
Yeah. So I decided to threaten them.
Yeah.
On social media where everybody can see it forever.
Well, exactly. And then what if they would have pulled up?
Yeah.
Was he going to back down? I don't know. Probably not.
For the video.
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, you ever threatened John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threatened you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. Can you expound upon that? Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
What'd you say?
I said, well, it's okay for everybody to call Karen a murderer, though.
Yeah, exactly. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Well, young man, one of us is in Hall of Fame and one of us is a pretender, not a contender, and probably should be in jail. Oh, man. Didn't you all call him to stay off his lawn, guy?
Yeah.
No beef here.
Yeah, not a problem at all.
Oh, now he has Twitter. You're right.
Yeah, I have no social media. Everybody's being mean to me.
Do we think he's going to cry? I don't think so. I think he would have done it already.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time did you there?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Jeebus.
Oh my God, we might actually get another
I
witness.
think that piece of paper goes back to
I
Mr.
know.
Jackson.
Who's next?
Did you leave something on the witness now? All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, let's call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Yes.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, tomorrow's the big day.
And it'll be a full day.
I'm so excited. Oh, man, I'm so sorry, Baker, that I'm taking over your channel during the good stuff.
I know.
Step right up. Watch the step.
Oh, God, this guy is such a dweebus,
You
too.
solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this, Steve.
Does he fit? There you go.
Yeah, that looks so uncomfortable.
It looks really
Alright, so
small. I
whenever
mean,
you're
even
ready.
like the kids looked like they didn't fit.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Where do I put my
Please state your name
hands?
and spell your last name.
Matthew McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
I'll be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer,
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe been married?
2022, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
Ever heard anybody say it out instead of just saying IT?
I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but Canton just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
And was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that that game would start or game would be scheduled for?
Yes.
And what time is that, Jen?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was, they were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's growing as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
So fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV?
Yes, a large SUV.
We got rid of it.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr.
We're going through all of
Yes,
this again.
I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yes, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded, where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
Me too, Danny.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct. I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there, and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the 3rd table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well?
Yes, there was.
Now, prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, do you recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of a wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were in. I was on the call for a while, so I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
And when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisis, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I, we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either then that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakitis came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking, and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes. Yeah. Everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that and why were you drinking that on that?
What?
What a douchebag drink.
Oh my God. I'm really glad that Lally's asking what they're drinking, because then like they're kids. I feel like Bud Light is more manly than that. Like,
well, that's what I mean. I've put a splash of Mio in my White Claws, but that's me. I'm a chick.
Yeah, I mean that's totally acceptable.
Vodka with water with a splash of Crystal Light. That was something.
Brandon, oh, absolutely disgusting. His wife's boyfriend can't let him out of the house with that tie knot. Have we all just given up on life? Thank you, Brandon. Oh, so basically a White Claw. Yeah, I mean, but with a splash of Crystal Light.
Water and vodka? Is it people drink water and vodka? Because this does not sound tasty to me at all.
No, I think it's like maybe like club soda. Even still, that sounds kind of gross. I don't know.
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone
in his little man purse
time or subsequent in the night to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure. But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12. So a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other. But let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there that night?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
I mean, how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
Didn't they act like they barely knew this guy?
He was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to Waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the Waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or not?
Oh, hey. Remember, we have a
She's seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
I just asked the record to reflect that identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple 100 yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. Took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
Yes, my 3rd daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in this house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten?
Kindergarten?
7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten.
Kindergarten.
They were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the door. I was trying to. No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
What?
So around that time that Mr. O'Keefe
The
moved in with his niece,
dogs were shaking?
What? The door, I think.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with?
Is he listening?
Right?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence acting as a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jennifer?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with
Is it weird that he's talking about them like in the past tense?
Yeah.
Like, are they still friends? Like, because that's kind of sad if they're not.
I know.
Feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon with another super chat. The doors were shaking. The horses needs to be quick, and I'll be darned if the boys aren't back in town again. Thank you for that.
Oh my Lord.
Yes, Baker Dollywood probably barfing on a roller coaster from God knows what kind of disgusting breakfast they fed him today.
I don't even know. Yeah.
Oh.
the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she was a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutton, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you to move first, or they to move first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
And could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
Okay.
Oh, poor Jen.
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the 2 children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating, or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group of high top on the first?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Hi, shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolakisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space, and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the edge. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
Yeah, they definitely have testified that Higgins was in the house, but there's a lot of debate over where in the house he was.
Yeah, because I think it's testified to. I think he said, or Brian said, they were upstairs, but like then he testified they'd never been upstairs or something like that. So it's something like that.
Yeah. Ugh. This is really painful to sit through. Like, it's so...
No, because it's so slow.
I think Lally is doing a filibuster here.
Oh, yeah. Just get to it, dude.
Yep.
It's fair to say the Kolakisis didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
Their witnesses.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what if any injuries did you observe on him at that time?
What did you say?
No, I said he always asked the people that, and I'm like, why does he want to keep bringing attention to his witness was wrong?
Right.
Like, is that am I missing something?
I don't know. I think Lally's missing something.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what if any injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Delicious back in the day.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent of Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent of Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly. I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr.
Where's your
O'Keefe,
proof, Lally?
where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Sue, that's what I was thinking. You're making fun of somebody drinking a Bud Light, lime,
Yes,
or
as far as you
whatever,
were going to the waterfall.
but you're over here with your splash of Crystal Light.
Brian Howard Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over at the house.
Now, from the time that you were in, the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you had applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
That school name, I still have no idea what it's called because everybody says it differently. Bishop Fian? Fear?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I couldn't get the rest of it. I always hear Bishop. I'm like, okay.
Bishop and something with an F. No idea.
Mm-mm.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing? Or had they...
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last two at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after what?
Yes. As mentioned, thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your, to his brother, Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion, other than going to your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza.
But you were eating bar food and
we
drinking
said
beer.
no, we're not going to D&E.
Potato skin.
No, we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, is that something that?
Well, you don't have to eat the pizza.
More than
You
once.
just make the pizza.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Olakis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes,
And where was she in relation to the car when you get there?
she was already in the car.
Hi,
So
JD.
Let me ask you, as far as, where was she seated within the car?
Oh, sorry, she was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, "Where to?" He was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you advise her to just call him back.
Correct.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go, the address, you describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay. Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee.
Who cares about
Yes.
all these
Around the same age.
details?
Exact same age, same grade.
Always put me to sleep.
I know.
When you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, did he say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Was she screaming
How
at
far a
him?
drive is it, how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrived at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's 2 garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the 2 doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle. Because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So if she pulls in the driveway, she parks. You guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe there?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had 2 friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where?
Did I say Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
I'd say a little over an hour. No, hour and 40. Got there about 12:20ish. Left 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time. 1:40, 1:45ish. So.
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30, and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as the how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
Kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song "It's Raining Men."
And do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video? Why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see, we're kind of picking on my my sister-in-law.
And you have another nephew by the name of.
Oh my God, they are so funny.
I'm sorry. Are you familiar? You mentioned that earlier at the waterfall. There was Christopher and Julie Albert. Is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them? Your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children
No,
as well,
like
is that right?
who cares?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin.
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
But obviously, you know your oldest daughter, Albert, right?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs?
Well, I need to see this video, Legendary.
But that general area of those three rooms in the home.
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know.
Do you really have to ask for
First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been to my, I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, etc. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew, correct?
Yes,
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. My wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
that would be the front door, I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, it's your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked at that point, either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Do you remember what
He
color
had
it was?
No, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I would just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole. Right there, there's a utility. I believe it's a utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
It's oddly specific.
Now, after you look out this initial time and you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
No, I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it's further up, more in sync of where the again, the flagpole, the utility box, if I more in sync with that, it had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that?
We almost got.
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flag, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Alberts residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Alberts residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was, or how many?
Didn't he say he wasn't like staring out the window like a little
I'd be
nosy
guessing
neighbor?
30, 40 feet. I don't.
Or he's just like knows exactly all the spots the car was.
Yeah, it seems a little.
But I
weird.
wasn't really paying attention. I wasn't really staring out the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Gunnar. I know how you feel, Marissa. I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Oh, about the snow, maybe? In the Jeep. We almost got through a whole day without snow, and there it was.
There it was.
But at least the Jeep is here.
No, he saw the Jeep. So
Did they park behind the Jeep, maybe, and that's why people didn't see it?
but I thought they said it was at the end because he was like plowing that little spot. I don't know.
Who knows where that Jeep was?
No, I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Did you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, do they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, this vehicle goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
You don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met? You have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained, right?
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay.
I heard the answer. I withdraw.
Okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Brandon, thank you for the super chat. I'm going to get absolutely black on this plate, and no, not the Marissa version. The straight one. Okay. I don't really, this is BS with this dude, but let me backnate a little bit, because I think I cut him off mid-sentence. I thought he was done. Okay.
But like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the roadway?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these 3 occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again,
You're just
we didn't
staring
know
out
where
the
they were.
window. You didn't hear anything. You didn't see
You know
anything.
whether or not there
It's
had
so
been any
convenient that. Oh,
communication?
sorry.
Yeah, no, I
So
agree.
convenient that you missed the critical moment, but you could tell it moved here, it moved here, it moved here, it moved here. But that time frame that she just bashed into him.
Yeah, nobody saw it. Nobody. Not
We
one.
heard anything or saw anything. It's crazy.
Or saw him.
Yeah.
Magically.
It's just crazy.
And yes, their testimony is so inconsistent.
Very.
I know that.
He should have picked key people, because when you get everybody in there, it's so convoluted.
Yeah, what Jess said here. There are records that Jen texted John after it allegedly happened and didn't get a response, but she deleted them. So who knows?
Yeah, she texted and called him, like, where are you? All this stuff. And I believe she deleted some of them too. So that's very weird.
Yeah, I think it's weird. They wanted directions. They weren't familiar, but no one called. And they saw that out there. Like, would you just at least text and say, hey, did you leave? Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that let him know he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house?
Hearsay.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
Oh. I thought it was the other way.
Not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you have testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yeah, and you
Yes,
missed
that
that
would be
critical
in line.
point.
Correct.
It would be so obvious.
And
I just can't.
at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
Your Honor, if at this time of the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay. Damn snow pictures.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I should know those numbers by now. It didn't hit me.
So, Mr. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, if what I ask you to do so. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen as exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is this essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you, using the laser pointer, show the jury where that is?
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and you see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here. Right here, so it'd be right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
It's another photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here. In this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in Exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
And that secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photo.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention to where about that.
In this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. Let's say, give or take, right there.
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. You can take it.
That's such a BS.
You leave the residence of
Show that
34
picture all the time.
Fairview.
That's not even what it looked like.
As far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you had looked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on or anything like that in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now,
Dude, they're
that
making me
area
yawn.
over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrive in the house, you and your wife, where did you?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake or had she already fallen asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, About she was trying out for a basketball team. So we talked a little bit about that. And then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. I'm sorry, yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
What?
You woke up at some point, is that correct?
That's stupid
I woke
question he
up
asked
to
everybody.
screams in my bedroom.
Like, no, I actually didn't.
Or may we approach this briefly?
What if somebody says I don't remember?
I know. And what did he woke up to screeching?
Is that what
Dumb.
you said?
I don't know. It's
Ugh.
making me crazy.
Well, she better let him finish direct and just get it over with.
I know. I can't stand to listen to this again tomorrow because he's going to repeat the questions.
Exactly.
Yeah. God. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm still asleep.
It's so boring. Like it's not about these people. You need to figure out what these people saw.
Yeah.
We don't need to know. I mean, yeah, go on the relationship. Okay, did you know John? Okay, get that part out of the way. We don't need to know extensively about kids, sports, and who does what.
Yeah. Nobody
Goodness gracious.
Nobody cares. I think they're breaking
With
for the
anyone,
day.
don't do any independent
Ah,
research.
Jesus, come on.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Tired too. And we're back to the fan. All right.
The worst.
Well, we have something fun from Baker. Let me add it in here. Let's see if I can play this and make the sound work with this. I was having trouble hearing it. Here we go.
Play a song that your banjo play. And I go down to Applejack's almost every day. It's for me.
Oh, that was pretty quick.
Good Lord.
And I go down to Applejack's almost.
That's cute.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm glad he's having fun because we're sitting here bored to tears. Oh, great. Yeah, copy strike probably coming. Well, it's his fault. Yeah, so today, what did we do? I don't even remember who was on earlier. Colin. We got all those videos in. That was good. And then Matt McCabe, which hopefully that means tomorrow will be spicy.
Hopefully it's Jen tomorrow. For sure.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to take all day on Matt, and it would make sense that Jen would come next. We learned Colin was going to kick our trash. Yeah. Yeah, today was kind of painful. I'm not going to lie. I'm glad it was a half day.
Me too.
Tomorrow should be interesting, especially since I have cleaning people over tomorrow. So we're probably going to get vacuum noises.
People.
What?
And I want some cleaning people.
Oh, gosh, I would never have time to clean. Call the priest, the school teachers, the lawnmower guy yet. Lally omission during the video arguments was the highlight. Yeah.
What happened? Sorry.
Yeah. What Lally omission? I'm not sure.
What do you
Maybe
mean
I'm
exactly,
tired.
Wicked?
What's
Okay.
that?
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean exactly, Wicked?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that must have been from right when he got there. It was good to see him this morning on Expert's porch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
you know,
yeah. No evidence. Well, he said no evidence of a fight.
oh yeah, he did say that. There's no evidence of anything, he said. I'm seriously like I've forgotten from boredom.
Yeah,
It
I
was
did too, and that's why it sucks because I'm not taking notes or anything, so I can't
yeah,
remember what.
I haven't been taking notes because it's difficult when I'm doing 1,000 other things.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's all I really have today. I am putting together a fun little thing for lunch tomorrow. I'm going to try to do like a little trivia thing. So it may be a little bit more entertaining than this or that, but
Oh, that would be fun.
yeah, it'll just be slides.
Look at
but
all the work Marissa's doing for you guys. It's so sweet.
I know. Well, it's mostly work so I can eat.
And I'm over here like, meh, I'm just in the background.
Because otherwise it would probably just be rewatching something we watched. Oh well.
Right.
Yes, Baker takes notes, but you know what? Baker's not here.
Yeah.
So
Baker's a old.
yeah,
Yeah.
nobody brushes their teeth before bed.
I hope you try to.
I do think it's kind of funny that they made, like, now that I'm looking back at it, that Chris Albert like ran up the stairs and went to bed.
Well, he made that
Because
very apparent. Yeah, he was just like, oh wow, it's so cold. I just ran right upstairs and stripped off and went right to bed. I'm like, nobody really does. I mean, you didn't have to go to the bathroom or like
right.
anything.
And exactly. And like I usually like wash my face or something. Like if I've been in a bar, like ugh, I want that in my bed. But I might just be OCD. But I just think it's weird that he like ran right in, went to bed, and that just kind of happened to work out because of the way Colin came home.
Oh yeah.
Because otherwise he'd have to go home and tell Colin to change his story, and Colin clearly cannot have multiple storylines. But he forgot everything, so yeah, the stuff they focus on saying is very strange. I agree. But I am starving, so I will eat my arm off. But I'm gonna leave you all until tomorrow. Jamie, thank you. Thank you
No problem.
for popping in earlier. And
yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be a free day. I don't see anything on the sticking calendar yet, but they always throw it at me last minute, and I'm like, no, this is more important.
yeah, definitely.
But all right.
All
Thanks
right.
for showing up, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Don't forget to like if you haven't already, and hasta la mañana.
Bye.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oof.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.